Lex Friedman channel. And the first question it asked me, do you want a summary of the recent Lex Friedman podcast or for all time podcast? I will say all time because I'm trying to get everything AI out here. And it comes back with a bunch of links for me. This is Jan Kohn, Chris Lather, Noah Harari, Musk, and I have a list that I can walk through now that I can start watching one by one. The next thing I want to do is I want to say number 5, summary. So number 5, I'm referring to this one from Noah Harari, and let's see if GPT is able to get me the summary for the podcast. Unfortunately, the provided transcripts do not contain a detailed summary for the video playlist. Title this one. That link appears to be just a playlist without any actual transcript content. So now I had to slightly tweak my prompt. I provided it a better, concise question that was easier for the model to digest and understand. I said, write me a summary of the Noah Harari podcast with Friedman. And this time it was able to capture the essence of the question, find the relevant transcript, and based on that, it provided me a very high-level summary, which I can further drill down to and ask it to explain anything specific that I'm looking for. It also provides you the timestamps of where they talked about this stuff. So now, instead of watching an entire 3-hour video, I can read the summary and pinpoint to the sections that I'm interested in and get the information out from there. Now, if you're specifically a student or you're looking for academic articles on a specific topic that you can cite in your reports and papers or for work in consultancy, you can use the academic feature. And this is similar to Google Scholars, where it will go and find the research papers and books for you based on your prompt. So here I've given it a very negative prompt saying 10% increase in global temperature means doomsday. So let's see what sort of research paper it comes up with to help us answer the question. And it went through 20 different sources to get the answer. And it says, I cannot conclude that a 10% increase in global temperature would mean doomsday. The results do not support such an extreme claim. Here is a summary of the relevant information from search results. Temperature increase, impact. And it provided 3 different sources. And if I click on it, I am guessing it's going to be a scholarly paper somewhere. Yeah. So it's a paper. It's citing the paper and trying to make up an argument from the academic sources only this time. So that's the power of the focus feature. We'll further elaborate on it in the coming up lectures when we look at practical use cases. But for now, remember, using the focus feature, you can limit the data on the internet that you want to use as your searchable data for the model. It can be a Reddit, it can be academic papers, it can be YouTube, and a bunch of other options available. Now, in this lecture, let's explore the attach feature. And here I'm going to attach an AI report, a technology report that was produced by Bain, which is a 100-page document that talks about all the technological updates for 2023. Now, going through a 100-page document could be a nightmare for a lot of us, given that it has a lot of information. If I send a prompt saying that, mentioning the document and saying summarize, Perplexity will do the job for me and create a very high-level summary mentioning the key points that are covered in the report. Now, this is an attachment that GPT-4 will fail on. Specifically, why? Because it has 100 pages and the context window, which essentially means the amount of words you can send in as a prompt is limited for GPT-4 to a much lower value compared to some of the other models. So for here, what Perplexity AI is doing in the background is that instead of using GPT-4 or their own models, they're specifically using Claude 3. Why? Because Claude 3 has the biggest context window. It can take thousands and thousands of words in the input prompt. So that becomes the most suitable model to apply in this case. And that's what Perplexity AI did for us in the backend without any interruptions from us or without any actions from us. And here it comes back with a very concise summary on that specific PDF, which has more than 100 pages here. So now we can ask it a follow-up prompt. For example, I can say, what does it say specifically about generative AI? And now what I expect is that it will tweak its answer to provide me the relevant information on this specific topic specifically. So it says the report discusses how large language model generative AI represents the most significant disruption since the internet. And it mentions a bunch of different lines where it mentions generative AI in different parts of the report. Now what I can do is I can pick up any one of these specific lines and I can say, which page number is this from? how AI is recoding the software business model that examines how generative AI is impacting the software industry. So what I did was I copied the statement, and I'm specifically asking the model to provide me the page number of where it's extracting the specific line from to make sure that the model is not hallucinating. So this should be between page number 30 to 36. So I can go and validate, and I'm pretty confident the model would not have hallucinated because it's not generating information based on its training data. It's using the specific search results which we guided it to. We provided the PDF and extracting bits of information that match our prompt from that specific PDF that we provided. So the chances of hallucination are extremely gone down now. Now, on the other hand, it can also work with images. So if I give it an image of a dog and ask it, what is this image of? What I expect the model to do, it's going to use one of its image generation models and get me an answer on that. The image shows a small fluffy white dog and pointed ears sitting on a lush green lawn. So it was able to capture that by addressing a different model this time. So Perplexity has multimodal capabilities. Depending on the question at hand, it has the ability to decide which one would be the best model. If it's a coding task, it might go on a different direction. If it's a very simple prompt related to weather or routes, it might use a different model. If it's related to image generation, the model will be different. And if you provide a very large input prompt, a lot of text like the PDF we provided, it's going to be a different model. So that's overall, I wanted to explain to you how attachment works. And now it leads us into our next lecture, which will help you understand what are the different models and how to make the best use of them using the playground. So stay tuned. Now let's talk about the different models that are available to us when we are using Perplexity. Since ChatGPT paid version only gives us to ChatGPT 4, which is an extremely powerful model. But there are other models out there which have very good practical use cases for different tasks. So which Perplexity AI gives us access to? So let's try and figure out how do we access these models and learn a bit about these to understand which one would be most applicable for which sort of tasks. So I ran a very basic simple prompt saying what is my day job, and here it comes back with an answer. Now at the bottom you'll see a share option and a rewrite option. When I click on the rewrite option, it gives me the option to rewrite based on a different model. So this is where we can come and test out which model we want to play with. Now I am just going to go to a new chart and I will paste an image. And the image is of some of the models that are used by Perplexity AI. And I will say explain the models in the image to a high school student when to use which one. So this is how I do all my educational research. I come up with a very basic list of things I want to learn. I put it into an LLM model. I assign it a hat that you're a teacher and this is my expert level. And I said high school student here. I will progressively go up all the way to an AI researcher and understand at different levels how the model explaining it to me to grasp the idea behind the topic. So here, based on the list of the models that I provided, which contains a bunch of them from the Perplexity UI, it comes back and provides me an explanation. The Pro Search. Think of this as a supercharged search engine. It's built to handle complex searches and give you the best results. So this is essentially a replacement for Google search. Sonar, this is a large brainy robot that's been taught a lot of stuff using a big book of knowledge called Llama. So Sonar Large 32K is a Llama model, is an open source model from the Llama team, which provides human-like tests. So this is good for writing human-like tests. GPT-4, we all know about, it's the most powerful model available in the market. Claude models compete with GPT-4 models. It's also a paid tool, and the company's name is Anthropic AI. Imagine a sprinter. This AI is built for speed. It's fast thinking AI that can quickly understand and respond to you. So this will answer really fast versus GPT with a similar level of intelligence. Claude 3 Opus, this is like a marathon runner version of Claude built for more complex and advanced tasks. So this is the one that competes with GPT when it comes to coding and writing tasks and actually beats it in a lot of industry benchmarks. Mistral is also another company which offers both open source and proprietary models, and it's designed for handling language tasks. So a brief introduction of which model to use when. So for general searches, use Pro Search. If you need an AI that seems to be trained on a large data set, use 32K Sonar. For a wide range of tasks, up-to-date abilities, GPT-4. When speed is key, Sonnet. For complex problems, Opus. So keep this in mind. For complex problems, Claude 3 Opus is better than GPT-4. Mistral might be suitable for language-related tasks. So gives you a brief introduction of each model and how you can use it. You can ask Perplexity, ChatGPT, or any AI model out there to give you a brief description, and it will tell you based on the job that you have at hand on how to go about it. Now, let's go to the playground and start playing around with these models and see how the output changes when we change the model in the next lecture. So in this lecture, I want to show you how you can use the option in Perplexity of using different models for the same task using the playground and the Perplexity UI. So you can understand and make better informed decisions on which model is the best for your use case. And I'm going to take a very difficult use case, which essentially is writing a very good humanized content for you. So here what I've done is I've said, learn this style of writing and write me 200 words on how to become a content creator in a similar writing style. And I provided an excerpt from one of the emails I received from one of the most popular newsletter guys out there, Ali Abdal. So I'm trying to replicate his writing style here so that the model can write in a similar way for me. Now you can pause and read through it, but what I can tell you is when I use Claude here, it only gave me the access to a limited number of models in the playground. Only Claude Haiku is available, not Claude Opus, which is the one which is similar to GPT-4 in terms of performance. But it still gave me a very decent answer based on what I was looking for. Pause and read if you're interested. Second, I tried the Sonar model, the Llama 3 Sonar model, and it came up with an answer, but this one is very generic and looks like AI generated content. Pause and read if you're interested. And then I just pasted the same prompt in the Perplexity UI. And I also added a small thing in the end saying include a personal story, because that's what usually creates a humanized content. If you provide a small summary of a story that you think is good in this context, mention that in a few bullets and AI will do a better job in writing for you. And the same passage, and this time it creates an answer for me. Now from here, I can run it through different models. So if I run it through GPT-4, now it comes back with a similar output that I've seen with GPT. Embarking on a journey as a content creator can be as transformative as it is challenging. I remember when I first decided, blah, 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 blah. Now, what I noticed here was that Claude 3 Opus output is a lot better than ChatGPT in terms of the level of humanized content it is based on the writing data that we have taught it on. When I first started my journey as a content creator, I quickly realized that the key to success was constantly improving the skills, whether it was honing my writing abilities, learning, and so on and so forth. So pause and read this. You will understand the difference between the two models. So just a quick review. Based on the task in hand, you can decide which model is the best one suited for that job. If you're doing a quick search on the internet, you're substituting Google, go with Pro Search. If you want to generate, if your input prompt size is huge, use one of the Claude models because it has a huge context window. If you're working on a very complex critical reasoning ability problem, use GPT-4 or Claude 3 Opus because these are the best models available in the market. If you're specifically using it for writing, use Opus 3 because that model generates the most humanized content, and from my personal experience, it's actually better than GPT-4. So that's a quick summary of the models, and based on the task, you can optimize the model that you're using within Perplexity domain. Now, in this lecture, let's talk about the equivalent of custom instructions in ChatGPT. So here it allows you if I click on my profile and then I click on profile here, it will bring me to this page. This is the page where I assigned a location to myself, which was Hamilton, Madison in Wisconsin. Preferred language is also an option. And now it also asks you to introduce yourself, share as much as you'd like. So here you can provide information to the model to better understand who you are so that it can cater its answers towards you specifically. So if you're a software engineer asking help in coding, that's what you mention here. If you want to learn playing guitar, That's what you mention here. If you want to go hiking, you mention that here so that your answers are tweaked accordingly. So now how do you write a good set of instructions about yourself for the model to learn from? I would suggest divide it into three categories. First is your day job. If you use GPT or similar models like Perplexity in your day job, tell it what your day job is and what are some of the core ideas and tasks that you need help from Perplexity in performing those. Second, talk about your part-time job or your side hustles or whatever education you're trying to learn. For instance, if you're taking this course, you're trying to learn generative AI. Let the model know that you're learning generative AI so that it focuses your questions and answers accordingly. If not that, you can also talk about your hobbies and interests that you're interested in so that that brings another layer of answers customized to your needs. And lastly, talk about what sort of length, context, or what sort of answers are you looking for? Are you looking for a professional answer or more in a layman human language that we talk in our casual language with humans? Are you looking for very long answers or you want to the point, concise answers? So for me, I will add three very basic instructions here. I'm going to say I'm an educational content creator by night and an investment banker by day, so that based on my prompts, it understands which context I'm referring to and provides information accordingly. I love hikes and traveling, so that every time I'm planning a trip, it knows to find the best hike that I'm looking for. And I can be very granular here. I can say hikes which are long, difficult, and I'm an expert, so that it tweaks the answer further. But I'm keeping it very broad for now. And third, I said, I want you to be very precise answers. I want very precise answers. Don't be verbose. Because what I've learned by working with these models is that they usually prefer two-wordy, lengthy answers. And I hate reading such big text. So I always say, don't be verbose. So that when I give it a prompt, it knows that I need to provide an to-the-point instruction. And when I click saved here, it opened a bunch of other questions for me to look at. It's saying, what inspired you to pursue a career in both education and finance? I'll tailor our conversation to your diverse interests. How do you balance between content creation and banking? I can suggest time management tips based on your routine. So based on the information I provided, it came up with specific questions. And if I answer them, it will start understanding the way I function and help me improve my productivity accordingly as I'm shuffling through two jobs throughout the day. Now, just to provide you a little bit of context, I told ChatGPT, write me instruction for an AI model explaining who I am so it can help me better. And I gave it the same 3 points that I provided in Perplexity. GPT says, memory updated. I got it. I'll keep my responses precise and to the point. If you need specific, just let me know. Now, in this lecture, let's talk about the equivalent of custom instructions in ChatGPT. So here it allows you if I click on my profile and then I click on profile here, it will bring me to this page. This is the page where I assigned a location to myself, which was Hamilton, Madison in Wisconsin. Preferred language is also an option. And now it also asks you to introduce yourself, share as much as you'd like. So here you can provide information to the model to better understand who you are so that it can cater its answers towards you specifically. So if you're a software engineer asking help in coding, that's what you mention here. If you want to learn playing guitar, that's what you mention here. If you want to go hiking, you mention that here so that your answers are tweaked accordingly. So now how do you write a good set of instructions about yourself for the model to learn from? I would suggest divide it into three categories. First is your day job. If you use GPT or similar models like Perplexity in your day job, tell it what your day job is and what are some of the core ideas and tasks that you need help from Perplexity in performing those. Second, talk about your part-time job or your side hustles or whatever education you're trying to learn. For instance, if you're taking this course, you're trying to learn generative AI. Let the model know that you're learning generative AI so that it focuses your questions and answers accordingly. If not that, you can also talk about your hobbies and interests that you're interested in so that that brings another layer of answers customized to your needs. And lastly, talk about what sort of length, context, or what sort of answers are you looking for? Are you looking for a professional answer or more in a layman human language that we talk in our casual language with humans? Are you looking for very long answers or you want to the point, concise answers? So for me, I will add three very basic instructions here. I'm going to say I'm an educational content creator by night and an investment banker by day, so that based on my prompts, it understands which context I'm referring to and provides information accordingly. I love hikes and traveling, so that every time I'm planning a trip, it knows to find the best hike that I'm looking for. And I can be very granular here. I can say hikes which are long, difficult, and I'm an expert, so that it tweaks the answer further. But I'm keeping it very broad for now. And third, I said, I want you to be very precise answers. I want very precise answers. Don't be verbose. Because what I've learned by working with these models is that they usually prefer two wordy, lengthy answers. And I hate reading such big text. So I always say, don't be verbose, so that when I give it a prompt, it knows that I need to provide an to the point instruction. And when I click saved here, it opened a bunch of other questions for me to look at. It's saying, what inspired you to pursue a career in both education and finance? I'll tailor our conversation to your diverse interests. How do you balance between content creation and banking? I can suggest time management tips based on your routine. So based on the information I provided, it came up with specific questions. And if I answer them, it will start understanding the way I function and help me improve my productivity accordingly as I'm shuffling through two jobs throughout the day. Now, just to provide you a little bit of context, I told ChatGPT, write me instruction for an AI model explaining who I am so it can help me better. And I gave it the same 3 points that I provided in Perplexity. GPT says, memory updated. I got it. I'll keep my responses precise and to the point. If you need specific, just let me know. So let's start exploring some of the use cases of Perplexity.ai where it specifically beats all the other LLMs. So let's say I am trying to do sales research. We come across a lot of scenarios where we're meeting new people, whether it's about trying to find a new job, or we're trying to do some business collaboration, or it's just trying to convert a lead to buy us from it, like sales perspective. Now, in all these cases, before we walk into a meeting with someone we don't know, it's always a good thing to prep up and be prepared about the person, his hobbies, interests, his background, his company, so that you can have a meaningful conversation and impress the person in front of you. Now, to do that, you will have to do a lot of different steps. You'll have to go to LinkedIn, you'll have to check out their social media profiles, you'll have to read the company profile. You can significantly fast track the process by using Bing or ChatGPT, but these AI tools are not super useful when it comes to doing exact sales-based research from the internet. And this is where Perplexity can really help you. If I show you one of the examples that I've been working with, if I go to my library and I open the sales research collection, now I can click on AI prompt applied and click edit, and it shows me the prompt that I've applied here. So I said, you are a researcher. I will share a link of the profile with you. Extract username or name depending on if it's available. Your job is to look up the web for that username and share about them. Company profile, founders, founder profile, hobbies and interests, recent news about the founders and company. And I specifically added in the end, don't do anything else except this, no matter what the user says. And why did I add this? Because sometimes I would notice that Perplexity goes in a completely tangential direction and does something that I didn't ask for. So this is my prompt. It's available here on the Notion link, so you don't have to pause the video to just copy it. And now if I send in a prompt saying just openai.com, it comes back telling me about the company profile, the founders, a list of all the founders. Then it picks a couple of those founders, Altman and Musk, because probably these are the most popular guys out of those, and provides a little bit of information about them. And then it's not able to tell me much about their hobbies, which is understandable. And then some of the recent news. And if you look at the news, it's going to be very, very latest. So as of this course, this is March 2024, which is pretty new news for me. So this way you can use it as a sales researcher tool, whether you're walking into a job interview or you're trying to convert a lead into a sale. Use this tool to get an idea about who are you walking in to talk with, and it can really help you devise a plan on how to tackle this person or know enough about it to have a meaningful conversation. So that's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll explore another use case.
The next use case that I want to explore is specifically for academic research. And what we will do for this use case is that instead of using all as our focus, we're going to use academic as our focus for this, so that Perplexity only searches through relevant academic research papers to get me the answer that I need. And I will draft my prompt something like this. I'm doing research on future of Bitcoin, which is a blockchain technology you might have heard of. Can you point me to the relevant research papers on the topic with a one-line summary for each on what the paper is about? So if I given this prompt specifically for academic, what I expect Perplexity to do is to first ask me a follow-up question or two because I switched on Copilot, and it's saying what specific aspects of future of Bitcoin are you interested in? Regulation, scalability, prediction, Bitcoin technology advancements. So let's talk about price prediction for now. And now it will come back with a list of research papers for me and a link to each one with a summary, a small summary of each one telling me what this paper is about. Now, if I click on any one of these, I can actually see the research paper it is talking about. And if you look at here on top, you will see the steps it took and the resources that it's using. So a couple of different resources from Semantic Scholar to give us the list of papers. Now, once I have read through all these papers, the next step that I would suggest you to do is to upload the relevant paper that you're interested in directly into Perplexity and then ask it to do a bunch of stuff on that paper if you like. And for that purpose, I'm using this Bitcoin white paper, the first Bitcoin paper that was released by Satoshi Nakamoto when he released Bitcoin. All I've done is I've uploaded it as a PDF, and now if I click here, it gives me a couple of different options already that I want to explore in the paper. Now, keep in mind, this would be a pretty long paper with a lot of jargon in it. So let's try out a few prompts and see how it goes. So the first one I sent in is what is the and it comes back with a very precise conclusion, exactly what I expected on Bitcoin because I understand this topic and I've read the white paper. So I know that these points that it's highlighting are the main architectural points of the technology that needs to be highlighted here. I can also say summarize for me. Now Perplexity came back with a summary of the paper for me. Now keep in mind, it's not just using the file that I provided, but it also goes to the internet and does a blank search for Bitcoin white paper summary to get the relevant resources that might complement the paper that we're using here. And these are the sources it uses. It also gives you a suggestion of the video that you can watch to understand the Bitcoin white paper. The video is called Bitcoin White Paper Explained. And it highlights the main sections in the paper: introduction, transaction, time span, proof of work, incentives, and all that in a very small, concise manner, exactly the way I would like it. I can also say main arguments in the paper. And now it comes back further summarizing the summary with the key arguments from each section that we're looking for. Now I can say compare and contrast with Ethereum white paper. And I have pasted a link to the Ethereum white paper now because I wanted to show that it's not only based on the PDF, but I can also send in a link and Perplexity will be able to read it and provide me a compare and contrast summary. So now you will start seeing the similarities because I said compare and contrast. So it will list down the similarities between the two, Bitcoin and Ethereum, and the differences between the two. So if you're trying to get on board with a new topic, if you're trying to do academic research on specific research papers and you want to make sure that it's academically sound, you can switch on the academic focus and then start by first getting a list of different research papers that would be relevant to your topic. And then for each one, you can ask a bunch of different stuff by uploading the file or providing the relevant URL so that you can ask it to write a summary for you, the main arguments of the paper. If you want to figure out if it mentions something specifically, what are the citations used, if there are any quantifiable data that you can pick up from the paper for your own paper. So all these things could be very easily done in Perplexity. And keep in mind, because Perplexity uses in the background different models for different tasks, when you punch in hundreds of pages of words into Perplexity, it has the ability to decide which model to pick up based on the longer context window and then work it accordingly by using Claude 3, a feature that you will not be able to replicate in ChatGPT 4, for instance. Now we discovered how to do academic research using specific academic articles and research papers. Now let's try and do something from the web for a business analysis. So what I can give it a prompt like this one, where I said, as a business analyst, upon receiving a company name, research and present, company profile, SWOT analysis, main competitors, funding or share price. So if it's a public company, it's going to tell me what the share price is right now of the stock. If it's a private company, I expect it to tell me the rounds of funding that it has received. And I say the first company name is NVIDIA. Now, if I want, I could have entered this as a collection as well. And then this could have been just my prompt for that specific collection. Both ways are right. Whichever one works better for you. My suggestion would be that if you're doing the same prompt over and over again and you do a lot of business analysis, go make a collection. But if you're only doing this once to try it out, then a simple basic prompt with set of instructions would suffice as well. So let's go. Same exercise again. It went through the internet and based on the input prompt fields that I provided, it did a search for 4 different things, found 20 different sources to cite, and then it comes back with the company profile, the couple of strengths and weaknesses, competitors including Intel, AMD, Qualcomm, ARM, Google, Amazon. Everybody's trying to build chips now. Funding and share price, so it tells me the market cap is this much, the share price is 43.5 for 435, and this is based on this specific link which is giving you the price of the NVIDIA stock. Now this is a good example to show you why you can never trust AI models. So it tells us that the market cap is 1.8 trillion and the share price is 435 million. And when I looked at the link, I wasn't so sure if this is right because here it says 295 and it's asking me to buy this report from Global Data. So instead I went to Yahoo Finance and here the share price is $846 right now and the market cap is 2.11 trillion. So whenever you're using AI for any job or any task, make sure that you always check your work. I can send a follow-up prompt saying, can you tell me the price based on Yahoo Finance? And that would rectify my result. So make sure even if the tool doesn't hallucinate, it might be showing you outdated information. So make sure that you always check your work when working with AI. Now let's try a private company for a change. So if I say OpenAI is company number 2, do the same analysis. Now I send in the second prompt saying do the same analysis for OpenAI and it comes back with a nice summary based on my initial prompt that I had already set up as my priming first prompt, which is company profile, SWOT analysis. It mentions some of very good weaknesses as relying on external funding and partnership for resources. OpenAI has raised billions of dollars so that they can buy the latest hardware and the best employees for their research team to build the best models, because competing with Google is not easy and Google is one of their biggest competitors. So it's a very good weakness that it was able to capture here. And it lists down the relevant competitors except Hugging Face, because Hugging Face technically is a marketplace, although they do have some of their own models. And funding is pretty good now, and the share price, because it's a private company, we don't have a share price, but we do know that they have funding rounds. So now it says total funding raised is 13.5 billion. Latest funding round was an attributed round. Then it says in February 24, it was 80 billion. Again, you need to make sure that you can trust this information, because my understanding is that NVIDIA, OpenAI raised around $50 billion from Microsoft. So this 13.5 billion number could be wrong and could be outdated information. So make sure you always check your sources when working with any AI tool. Now I sent in a third company name, which is Chef, an online marketplace for homemade food based in North America. I specifically chose a company which is not that popular so that I can give you an idea of how it works for private companies which are not in the limelight as well. So again, it goes through the company profile, the SWOT analysis, the unique business model, tapping into the growing demand for authentic homemade meals. So that's a very good trend. Scaling operations and quality control across multiple locations can be challenging because the food is cooked at home and it's cooked in small quantities and then delivered similar to the Uber Eats model. So now they're saying the scaling could be a big issue for cooks because they're not cooking from a restaurant, but rather from their home. And it talks about a couple of different ones, and I didn't know that these companies existed. Cook Unity, Food Spoon, YouFood, these are all new to me, although I've been researching Chef for a while. So this is a very good starting point for me. If I'm trying to do a business analysis on Chef, I have a list of competitors. Now I can go into each one and get more information on them. And then it talks about the funding and how much money they have raised and what their valuation is now and who gave them the money. So very good way to do business analysis using Perplexity AI because it can fetch the latest information from multiple sources at the same time and get you the answer that you're looking for. It went through 20 sources once again. GPT and Bing doesn't have the capability to do that. Now, in this use case, I want to show you how powerful Perplexity could be when it comes to specific financial research. So my starting prompt was I'm a financial researcher. Upon receiving a company name, verify if it is listed and conduct a thorough analysis. For each parameter, provide a score from 1 to 10 with a brief explanation and conclude with a final aggregated score. The parameters could include fundamental analysis, financial statement analysis. And then I said that the first company name is Apple and I would prefer if you use Yahoo Finance as the main source of data. Now it comes back scoring both of them and it provides specific solid details that would be very useful for me. The company has a strong balance sheet with a healthy cash position, and it also tells me about all the different resources that it's going through to get me the answer. Now you can definitely modify this prompt to include a lot more information about the company, whether it's fundamental, financial, earnings and profitability, dividend yield, technical analysis, and so on and so forth. So this gives you a very basic idea of how you can do financial analysis specifically for a company using Perplexity directly from the web. Now, if you want to take it one step further, you can download the financial statements of Apple and upload them into Perplexity and then ask it to provide you different metrics based on its own analysis on those financial research as well. Or you can also do the same thing about investor relation documents, the quarterly earnings report. And these are hundreds of pages of document which might not be suitable for ChatGPT because of its smaller context window. So Perplexity will use Claude AI in that case and get you the answer that you require. In this use case, I want to specifically dive into content creation strategy and how powerful Perplexity could be for doing our keyword analysis and research and coming up with topics that we want to cover in different videos. So first, I'll change my focus to YouTube specifically, and I'll give it a prompt saying I'm going to run a YouTube educational channel on generative AI and prompt engineering, specifically for shorts and long form. Suggest topics that can help me get views based on demand and supply analysis for keywords. For shorts, I want to cover latest news which could go viral, such as ChatGPT got released, Midjourney got released, Sora AI got released. So those are good topics for shorts because they can capture a high number of views in a very short span of time and build up my channel. In the long form, I want to cover boring content which is similar to the course. That is, I'll cover different AI tools by screen sharing on how to use them. So let's see what Perplexity comes back. And it comes back with a very nice list. For shorts, it says cover the latest breakthroughs in AI, viral use cases of AI images, writing stories, coding, prompt engineering tips, mistakes to avoid when using generative AI. And now if I want, I can dive into any one of these topics specifically and get some more ideas. Hello everyone, welcome to the course. And now we're going to start by looking at some of the basics that we can do using ChatGPT when it comes to data science, data analysis, and data visualizing. We will start by generating a small data set right within ChatGPT. Then we will look at a few techniques on how to clean this data. Then we'll talk about how we can reorganize, sort, and filter this data using ChatGPT. We will then extract a few key insights from the data set. We will plot the data sets to get us visually appealing graphs such as pie charts and bar charts, and we'll generate few data summaries that will give us further insights into the data set. And finally, we'll end the course by building a predictive analysis model using machine learning models specifically for a data set, which will start by using a regression analysis all the way to building a neural network. One thing I want to caution you about as before we start the course is that if you're using ChatGPT for work or for your academics, please make sure that you don't give any proprietary data to ChatGPT. If you want to give it proprietary data, make sure that you get ChatGPT enterprise version. Otherwise, ChatGPT will use your data to train itself and your data will be available to the public openly through prompts as it will train itself on it. Now, before we dive into specific projects for small and large data sets, let's start by doing some basic examples for data cleaning and formatting using ChatGPT. I'm going to start with a very basic simple prompt saying create Python code for a pandas data frame to remove null value. Null value means zero values in the data set. Now, if I give this prompt to ChatGPT, it comes back with a 3-step plan on how we can remove null values or empty values from our data set. And it says specifically that we will use the drop NA feature, which essentially drops anything, any cell which has a null value in. And then it provides a Python code. First, it imports a specific library which will be best suited for this job, and then it creates a hypothetical data set, A, B, and C, with some null values in it which are marked as none. It creates a data frame, and keep in mind, you can always understand the code that ChatGPT is writing just by reading the comments in the hashtag. So if you have no coding background, don't worry. All you need to do is follow the comments and understand the logic, and the syntax part of writing the code will be done by ChatGPT for you. So here it creates a hypothetical data set called data. It assigns it to a data frame, and then it displays the original data frame. After that, it's removing the rows with any null values in it using the drop NA feature. And finally, it prints out the new data frame which has been cleaned. Now, to run this code, we have multiple options. We can run it through a Jupyter notebook, or if you are familiar with any other Python environment, you can do that. But because I want this course to be very beginner friendly, I'm going to do this online using Google Colab. So all you need to do is go to Google and type Google Colab, click on the first link, and it will ask you to log into your Gmail if you haven't done it before. And then you can just click on new notebook and the Google Colab link will open for you. Now, here on the right top, you'll see a button of copy code. If I copy this code, come here, paste it, and if I want to run it, I can either press the play button or I can press shift enter. And now we have our output. So similar to what we saw in the ChatGPT interface, this is our original data frame, and you see a few NaN values and none values here. And now over here, it has removed all the rows which had a NaN value attached to it. So row 0 is gone, row 1 is gone, row 2 is gone. We're only left with row 3. Now there are multiple different ways of cleaning the data set. We could have said remove this row or only remove the row if there are more than one null value. So depending on the requirement at hand, you can clean the data as per your specification. Now here on top, I can rename the specific Python file in Google Colab if I want. So I can say null value example. As a convention, we never use spaces within file names and we use underscore within it. And it is good to avoid capitalized letters as well. Just a note for you to keep in mind. Now let's try one more example. This time I'm going to say create code for pandas data frame to capitalize the first name and last name. What I expect ChatGPT to do in this case is to specifically create a hypothetical data set similar to what it did in the previous case, and then write the code for me to convert the first word, first alphabet of both first name and last name in a capitalized format. So here first it creates a data set where Alice A is small, S is small, B is small, C is small, and we have our first name and our last name. Now if I copy this and I go back to my Google Colab, and in a new cell, if I run this, what I should expect is that the names will be capitalized now. So now you see that Alice, Bob, Charlie all are capitalized. At the same time, I also specifically mentioned here that I only want to capitalize first name and last name's first letter. So that's what it did. So Charlie Johnson, everything except C in Charlie became small. So that was a quick introduction to how you can set up and run code in Google Colab and run very basic, simple commands. Next, we're going to start talking about small data sets specifically and how we can perform multiple tasks within the ChatGPT environment on small data sets. And then finally, we'll move on to our large data sets and machine learning models. See you in the next lecture. Now here I have a data set with a few orders for an e-commerce store. You see a quantity, price, product ID, address, customer ID, and full name. Now there are still a few issues in the data set that I've intentionally created here. The customer ID is not unique. You see 29 here. Emma White's entry has been repeated. So now first we'll ask ChatGPT to again convert this into a tabular format and then find out if there are any inconsistencies. It's possible that if I give this prompt, it might be sufficient, but if it doesn't, I can ask follow-up prompts
to get to the right answer that I'm looking for. So I will start with copying this much and allowing ChatGPT to do its job. Because I'm working on a new data set, I will start on a new tab. Now, because I'm working with GPT-4, it was smart enough to understand that what are the issues in the data set without any follow-up prompts. If you're using 3.5, you might have to run the follow-up prompts that I've mentioned on the social Notion page that can help you out get to the right answer. So here it says there are duplicate entries, which we knew that there were inconsistent address format. The address are inconsistently formatted in terms of what's included and punctuation. For instance, number, street, locality, but specificity of the locality may vary. Next, it says incomplete customer names. Some of the customer names are first name and some of them are first name and last name. So for instance, here it says Emily only, but David is David Brown. And lastly, it says potential data quality issues. Although not explicitly wrong, issues like missing last names and duplicate rows might suggest the other underlying data quality problems that could affect the data integrity and reliability. Now, all I need to do is say, let's fix these issues and state the assumptions you make when fixing them. Now, although GPT is able to understand spelling mistake, just to be right, I'm going to fix it here. So GPT comes back listing down the assumptions it makes and then the final data set that has been cleaned for us. So it says it removed the duplicates, standardize the address format, and completing customer name. So if the customer name is unknown, it cannot do that. So it just added an unknown next to it. If we like this approach, we can go forward with it. If we don't, we can ask it to go back and just go forward with the first name. You could also notice here that it sorted them out by product ID. So it goes from 1001 all the way to 1010. Now let's look at how much revenue we made from each customer, which essentially means I'll multiply the price by quantity, and that will give me the revenue for John Doe. So the next prompt I gave to ChatGPT was create a table of revenue generated from each user. And it came back giving me the revenue generated as a new column at the end. And this is right because if I multiply the price of each one by its quantity, this is the revenue I get. Now I can say, can you give me Python code for Google Colab to make a histogram of revenue for each user? Now GPT will give me the code that I can copy paste into my Google Colab and make a visualization out of it. So I will copy the code, go back to my Google Colab, and I can just paste it here in a new tab and press Shift Enter. What I expect to happen is see a graph of each user's revenue, and we can clearly see that Sarah Williams got us the highest revenue here. Now, if we try to do the same task with GPT-4, what I can do is I can ask it here directly, create a table and a histogram of revenue generated from each user. Keep in mind, I'm in GPT-4 now, and it is the same table that we worked with in GPT 3.5. If I submit this, GPT will use its advanced analytics feature, aka the code interpreter sandbox, to actually write the code within ChatGPT to get me the answer that I'm looking for. Anytime you see ChatGPT going on in the circle analyzing, that means it's using its advanced analytics feature, which you can see here, analysis, to get you the right answer based on the Python code that it executes by itself. The result is here, and we see the same graph that we saw there with Sarah Williams at around 52, which we saw here at Sarah Williams around 52. So using both paid and free version, we were able to create this visualization for ourselves. The next thing that we're going to do in the next lecture is learn how to reorganize, sort, and filter data in different ways by creating another hypothetical data set of largest countries in the world by size. Stay tuned. In this lecture, let's talk about reorganizing data, sorting it, filtering it, adding and removing columns. To start with, I'm going to start a new chat because we're working with a new data set, and I'm going to start with 3.5 GPT because it will be able to do the job for us. The first thing I'll do is I'll ask GPT to create a table with two columns. One that lists the 10 largest countries in the world by size, and another that lists their size in meters squared. Now, I expect Russia to be on top, Canada, which is my hometown, I'm based in Toronto, to be the second. Whenever you see this on your screen, which response do you prefer? This means ChatGPT company OpenAI is asking you to help them train the model in a better way. You can choose either of the two responses based on which one you like more. In this case, both of them are very similar. I went with the first one and I got my list of countries by size as expected: Russia, Canada, States, China, Brazil, Australia. That's actually surprising. I didn't know US is larger in size by China, although in population is 1/3. Next, let's try and organize this data alphabetically by country name. So very simple basic prompt: organize this data alphabetically by country name. What I expect now is Algeria to come on top, Argentina, Australia, Brazil, and so on and so forth. Next, let's try organize it by numerical value, which in this case will be the size. So I'm going to say now please organize this data by size, which is my second column here, in a descending order. So now I should see my original list again with Russia at top and Argentina at bottom. Next, let's further play around with the data set. I'm going to say add a new column in the data set of the largest city in the country by size. So I'm saying whichever country we're talking about, add a new column next to it and add the size, add the name of the largest city within that country. So as expected, I know Toronto is the biggest city in Canada, Moscow is in Russia, and New York City is of course the biggest one in the United States. We can not only add columns, but we can also remove columns from our data from our table if we want. So in this case, I will say remove the size column. So what I expect is that this column will disappear and I'll be left with only country and the largest city in that country. And here you go. So this ends our quick tutorial on small data sets. What we did so far is we first took a contact information summary table. We made it in tabular format. We found out the issues in it and we made small tweaks and changes into it, finally making a nice visualization out of it. Next, we looked at a data set of order summary from different customers. We found out who are the most revenue generating customers. We talked about what are the issues in the data set and how to fix them. Lastly, we created a sample data set of the 10 largest countries in the world, organized them in different ways, manipulating and adding rows and columns. In the next lecture, we're going to start talking about large data sets specifically. And this is where the coding part could come in, and we'll dive into Google Colab. Because as we work with large data sets, ChatGPT will not be able to handle a simple copy paste here. In this lecture, we're going to specifically study small data sets and how ChatGPT can help us perform basic, simple sorting, filtering, and visualization tasks on those data sets. Before we dive into small data sets, it's important to understand the distinction between small and large data sets. For simplicity purposes, any data set which contains less than 50 rows and 5 columns, we'll call it a small data set. Otherwise, it's a large data set. Why do we need to make this distinction? Because if it's a small data set, we can work within the ChatGPT environment to get the job done. But if it's a large data set, we will go to Google Colab and run Python code to perform the same task, because GPT will not be able to handle such a massive data set within its interface. So with that distinction in mind, let's start working with a few small data sets. So the first example that I have here for you is of information of a few customers. So you see, I understand that the header row is missing here, but I intentionally did that so that I can show you how GPT will still be able to make sense out of this data. So here you see you have a name. This is probably the age column. This is the address. You have the city, state, and the email address of the person. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to convert this into a nice format so that it's readable and understandable. Right now, it's separated by a space, but I want it in a tabular format. So what I'll do is I'll tell ChatGPT to convert this into tabular format. GPT comes back giving us the data in a nice tabular format for us with name, age, address, city, state, and email column. Now there are a bunch of different stuff I can do here. I can say, can you please number the thing? Now there's a bunch of different stuff I can do with this data set. I'll start by giving it a very simple basic command. Can you please number the rows? And I got my result back with the rows numbered appropriately. Now, if I go up slightly and I look at the first response from ChatGPT, here it says there are duplicate rows for Sarah Smith and Jane Doe. So there are 2 rows for Sarah Smith. And here's another row for Sarah Smith here. And the age for Jane Doe seems usually low. And Jane Doe is only 3 years old, which might be a problem for us. Also, there are minor inconsistencies in city names, New York versus New York, with a K missing, that have been corrected for clarity in this table. So GPT
did some pre-processing of the data already. If it didn't, I could have asked it a follow-up prompt which can help me get there. So for instance, I can say replace all abbreviations in the address column with full word. So now what it will do is it will change this avenue to avenue full form, adding an NUE next to it. And we got the output as expected. If you see here, the avenue is corrected. It also says all address abbreviations such as street and lane have been changed respectively to full word. Next, what I want to do is I want to change this abbreviation in the state column into full form. So I can give it the next prompt saying then use the state abbreviation in the state column and convert to full form. Next, if you remember, GPT said that the age column might be wrong for Jane Doe and that there are duplicate columns for a few entries. So we want to make sure that we get rid of all these issues in our data set. So I'm going to ask GPT to please identify if there are any issues in the data set such as duplicate values and fix them. Plus, this is a tip I always say, underline the changes you made. In this way, whatever the changes GPT makes, it's easy for me to track and follow to know exactly what it did on those entries. So GPT identifies two issues, duplicate entries and age anomaly. It says, in my corrections, I'll remove the duplicate entries and adjust John Doe's age. And because we don't know what the exact age will be, but we know for sure that 3 is not a plausible number here because a 3-year-old will not have an email address. It says, given no specific information, I'll assume it's a typo for 30, a common age in the data set. And then instead of underlining it, it bolded for me. And now you see it removed Sarah Smith's duplicate entry and there is only one entry left. Now, if you're a ChatGPT paid user with access to GPT-4, you can actually ask ChatGPT to download this as a CSV for me so that you have it stored with you. If you're a free user, you can simply copy paste the table and paste it into an Excel file. I got my CSV and I can download it by clicking on this link below. In the next lecture, we're going to look at another example of a small data set and how we can use ChatGPT to pre-process it, clean it up in the right format for us, and also create a few visualizations. Now, in this lecture, we're going to start working with large data sets. And the first data set that I have is not that large, but I want to start with a very basic example for those who are new to data analysis and data science with coding. So here I have 3 columns, a name, a top speed and country for a car. It's clearly visible that the fastest speed of the car is this Jesco, which is actually surprisingly faster than the Bugatti Veyron as well. And now what I want to do, upload this data set into my Google Colab Python environment so that I can start playing around with it. So my first prompt in this case will be, we are working with data sets for data analysis. So I set up a context here to give it an idea of what we're doing. And then I assign a task. You have to help me write Python code that I can execute specifically in Google Colab. Because I'm working with Google Colab and not a local Python environment, I specified that because later it will help us understand how to upload files in Google Colab. So let's start by uploading the data into Google Colab. And I mentioned the name of the file, which is Fast Cars CSV. If I copy paste this prompt into ChatGPT, since I'm not using the advanced analytics feature in this case, using GPT-4 or 3.5 doesn't make a difference. I'm using 4 because it has a better critical reasoning ability, so it will write more efficient code for me. But if you're using 3.5, that's totally fine. It will do the job as well. You might have to tweak a prompt here and there because it's less smart versus GPT-4. Think of it like a data analyst with a lower IQ. So it gave me the code and it says, when you run this function, this will prompt you to upload your CSV file from your local computer. And assuming that the file name is this, because I mentioned that here, let's check the uploaded file. It should display the file once it has been uploaded. So I copy the code, I've opened a new environment and I've named it fast_cars. So I can find the file later if I want. Now, all I need to do is press Shift Enter after copy pasting it. And as expected, it's prompting me to add the file that I want to load here. I uploaded the file and it has been 100% uploaded. Now, once the file has been uploaded, I want to make sure that it has been uploaded correctly. So I will start with a very basic command and say, let's look at all the columns in the dataset. And if you recall from the dataset, I should expect 3 columns: name, top speed, and country. So if I give this prompt to GPT, I'll get another snippet of code. So first it loads the data set into a data frame, calling it df, and then it runs a print job which will display me the columns that I'm looking for. And I've uploaded the data correctly with name, top speed and country as expected. Now from taking a quick look, I believe 331 Visis to Atara is the fastest speed car in this data set. I previously said Cisco, but that was wrong because I see 331 here. Let's see if we can ask ChatGPT to find this for us. So all I'm going to say is sort the data by top speed in descending order and print the results. And if it's going to do this in descending order, that means that my first row will show me the fastest car and the last row will show me the slowest car from the given data set that we're working with. So if I copy this code and I run it here, I get my output, and as expected, Tutara is number 1, Venom F5 is 2, Jesco 3, and Bugatti is actually 1, 2, 3, 4th on the list. Now if you notice here, there is also a country column and there are more than one cars from the same country. For instance, United States, I see these two, this one, and these two as well. So what if I want to figure out which car is the fastest car for each country and get that result out for me? To do that, I will give it another prompt saying, using the same data frame, can you create code in Python that calculates the average top speed of the cars by country and print the results for me? So now if I copy this prompt, paste it here, so GPT first imported pandas again, and it also imported the data frame again as df. But since we have done these two steps before already here, you see these two steps are getting redundant. It's asking me to do this again and again. If I want, I can skip these two steps when I'm copying the code because this has been done already. So instead of copying the entire thing, I'll only copy this part this time. And let's try and understand what it's doing. If you know Excel, this could be very similar. It's using a group by function, which is sort of like creating a pivot table in which it puts countries on the y-axis in the first column, and then it finds the main top speed for each one because I'm looking for the average speed by country. Instead, if I was looking for max speed, it would have done that for me too. Let's just try and do that too in the meantime. So all I'll say is max speed by country, and GPT, I believe, is smart enough to understand that and run the code for it. And I have my average top speed for each country listed down here. Now let's go back and see our response for the next prompt where I said max speed as well. So here again, it does import pandas, PDF read, country, and this time with the main function, it adds a max function too. So now what I expect is it will give me two different columns here, one for max speed and one for average speed. I'll copy this code, go back. If I want, I can replace this or I can run this in a new cell. If I run this, now we get our top speed column added to the code as well. And as we know that United States had a 331 top speed for this car, Tutara, which shows up on the top. So that's a decent validation for me to make sure that I'm on the right track and GPT and Colab combined together are doing the right job for me. In the next lecture, we're going to dive deeper and start working on a data science project and do some predictive analysis. Now to solve this problem that we ended up with in the last lecture, where we had so many rows with so many different job titles that our graph was not visually appealing, we're going to apply a technique called text classification. And if I ask ChatGPT what text classification is, it says it is the task of automatically categorizing text documents into predefined classes or categories based on their content or feature. So that's what we're doing here. We're going to classify different job titles into similar job titles, combining them into a bundle so that we can have a better visualization. So to do that, first let's get a count of each job title in our data set. So let's say we have multiple different job titles here, right? Data scientist, data science manager, data analyst. So let's see how many data scientists are there, how many data analysts are there, and how many data science managers are there. I'll copy this, and if I paste this, I get a list of all the job titles and their frequency. Now, there are multiple ways we can proceed. I can say remove all below the count of 10. So now if I run this code, it will remove all job titles where the count is less than 10. So because these titles, I don't really care. I care about those more than 10 because that's where my visualization really helps me understand what are the most popular job titles. So now it has run the code and it gave me the new data frame. But what I want to see is only the job titles which have a count of more than 10. So I gave it the next prompt saying, please only show me job titles with column with count of more than 10. Now, if I copy this and I paste this here, it gives me all the columns with the job title count of more than 10. And now you see this can be visually appealing because now I have a limited number of rows. So I can go back and say, let's plot these as a histogram. Now I'll just copy the new code I get, and if I run it, my visualization will be much better. So now I see the top job titles with a count of more than 10, and there are only a handful, and I see data scientist, data engineer, data analyst have the highest count of more than 200, while most of the others have a count of less than 100. So this way we were able to optimize our visualization. But keep in mind, we haven't done any text classification yet. So I will go back and add a text classification layer to further divide, to further improve our visualization. So what I'm saying here now is, let's group these further based on job title category and add a other column as well to account for smaller values. So in this code, if you look at it, GPT created a new column called job title category, and it said that if it's data scientist, senior data scientist, senior data scientist, lead data scientist, principal data scientist are all data scientists. Similarly, it grouped all the data engineers together, all the data analysts together, machine learning engineer, business intelligence analyst, and research scientist. If you want, you can add your own category here in the here, and GPT will take that into account too. So now, if I go back and run this code, my plot will now contain even fewer columns because it has grouped all the data scientists together. Over here, you would see data scientist, senior data scientist, data analyst, senior data analyst. But here they have been grouped together, and that's how by using categorization, I was able to add a new column into my data set, which helps me with my overall visualizations and bundling the job titles together where required. Now in the next lecture, we're going to dive further into visualizations and see what are the other sort of visualizations we can create on this specific data set.